Down in the city, where the shadows grow so tall, there's a woman named Karen, caught up in it all. They say she did wrong, but the truth's hard to find, 'cause the law's got dirty fingers and justice is blind. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. They twisted her story, turned the facts all around, made her out to be guilty on shaky ground. Evidence vanished and the lies start to flow, but the deeper you dig, the darker it grows. Oh, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Oh, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. She cries out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. Oh, the courtroom whispers and the gavel strikes down, but the air's filled with tension neath that judge's frown. Karen stands there strong with fire in her eyes, for she knows deep inside the real crime's in disguise. Whoa, justice blues in the pale moonlight, when the one sworn to serve you don't do what's right. Whoa, justice blues, it's a cold hard fight in the dark of the night, where corruption takes flight. One day the truth will rise like the sun in the sky, and the lies will crumble, no more alibis. But until that day comes, she sings a mournful tune of the justice blues neath the pale haunted moon. Out for fairness, for a glimpse of the truth, but the powers that be, they ain't got no proof. The badges and the ties, all woven with deceit, in this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat. In this twisted tale, it's the innocent they cheat.
Hey everybody, how you doing? It's me, Legal Vices, and we are here on day 30. Day 30 of the Karen Reed murder trial. And we got an Aussie raid incoming, Aussie Overlord, bringing us the raid. Welcome, Aussie Overlord people. Glad to have you here. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. We've got 198 here and 108 likes. That's a good start, but still like half of you haven't done your job. So get down there and smash that like button. We are now about 8 minutes away from day 30 beginning. I think we need to bring up the oldie court cam to make sure that we don't miss a minute of this exciting, riveting testimony. Let's see here. Let's present the screen. Share the screen. There we go. Embiggen. Oh, we can't embiggen until it starts, right? I hate like sometimes they start early and they just let it play, and then other times they don't. So I got to keep an eye on the clock here. Maybe we can just anyway, we have to keep an eye on the countdown because I have to refresh it when it gets to 0. Otherwise, You know, it doesn't start automatically for me because YouTube is weird. Hey, what's up, CMB? How you doing? And Adriana, everybody's here. Everybody is here. Great to see y'all here. Where are we at here? We don't really have a lot to talk about. I was thinking of what we had to do as far as housekeeping chores go before we start. As usual, though, we have the bingo card. If you want to play along with the Karen Reed murder trial bingo, which we do because it helps us focus on the trial a little bit more. It helps us pay a little closer attention. We're listening, trying to hear everything that's going on. So do that. Play along with us. Click right up there at the top of chat in the pinned comment is a generate your bingo card. Click on the link. It'll bring up another window that'll say generate your bingo card. Click on that and you are good to go. I've already got mine generated and we're waiting to start. Not many more chances to play Karen Reed murder trial bingo. So this is practice for the Alec Baldwin murder trial bingo. I guess it'd be the manslaughter case bingo, but that's going to be starting next month, not next Monday, 2 Mondays from now, 2 weeks from today. The Alec Baldwin trial is going to start. Okay, there we go. Now the Law and Crime has gone live, so now we can see it better. So yeah, we're going to have this trial that the judge says we're going to be done by this Friday. So that'll leave a week of just normal stuff, and then we're going to go straight into the Alec Baldwin trial. And then hopefully there won't be any trials for a good long time. These take a lot out of me. Speaking of which, I'm just going to be straight up. I do not know how long we're going to go. The goal is to go to lunch, right up to the lunch break. But I had to have a dinner appointment with some colleague lawyers from Singapore that are in town. And it was just barbecue. It was just it's called Hanu in here. It's like Wagyu beef, but it's called Hanu here in Korea. It's like the Korean beef. It's like the equivalent of Wagyu in Japan. Just tons of it. And I've got like the meat sweats, and I'm just about this close to slipping into a food coma. But I'm gonna do this as much as I can. I think I'll be able to make it, but if I have to tap out early, we'll decide what to do at that point. Let's see. So again, we get your bingo card. We also have our like and subscribe poll set up. As always, we just have a little like and subscribe poll to remind you to do those two things. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, and if you are subscribed, double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Then take the poll. For about 50 of you have cheated because we got 50 more votes than likes, but shame on all y'all. Here's today's like and subscribe poll. The prosecution has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, no, or just lol. My vote is with the lol category. It's not even worth actually considering. Well, so where do we sit with this here trial? We've had a couple of witnesses from the defense. They've all seemed pretty solid. They all seem on point, honestly testifying to the best of their abilities, remembering important things, and getting the job done. As far from what I understand, there are 3 witnesses left. Their own medical person, and then the 2 biomechanic guys. That's what I understand. There could be more, could be less. I don't know. I don't think Judge Bev has decided yet whether to allow the second biomechanic guy, but I think she has to, because the prosecution's last witness, the medical examiner, I think she kicked the damn door to the biometric accident reconstruction guys wide open when she was testifying how it could have been this, it could have been that, it could have been the other thing. I think that kicks the door into letting the defense present their own story as to what may have happened. But we'll see how Judge Bev decides on that. Let's see. We got a couple of things to go on here. Mary Jane, really not Sarah, says Jeff Downs drinks fast before it. No, he does not do that. Please do not just spread false rumors like that. Nothing like that happens. In fact, for the entire week after the F Friday streams, I do a complete dry week where no alcoholic beverages pass my lips for 1 week. So yeah, we don't need those kind of rumors around here. Ozzy Wombat has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of those 5 Legal Vices memberships, you make sure you give Ozzy Wombat a super special thanks. And Jill M's with the $2. Thank you so much, Jill M's. It's very, very good to see you here, as always. Do we have to listen to Please Help Lally? Well, we're going to have to listen to him a little bit today. Hopefully not much, but we're going to have to listen to a little bit of it. And Nicolina777, did you see Jillian attack Turtle Boy last night in Canton? I didn't witness it myself. The whole crew was there. All I know is, it's like, I don't watch the out of court stuff. I don't pay any attention whatsoever to Turtle Boy. I don't, the whole drama there. I barely know about it. I focus on what evidence is presented to the court. Today, I'm just kicking through Twitter, and this video keeps popping up of somebody named Jillian doing something. And I finally watched it, and I'm like, all right, who is this person? I was not surprised at all to find out that it was Jennifer McCabe's sister that just decided to stop her car, get out, and start going full ape shit. And then apparently the whole Albert clan came out. And Colin, Mr. Straight and tidy, nerdy, Poindexter Urkel, Colin Albert on the stand, who doesn't like violence, is apparently out there in jorts. First of all, that was a problem. He's out in jorts and a hoodie. Isn't it like 157 degrees in Boston right now? And he's wearing who wears a hoodie in June? And he's got the thug stash going. He's rocking the hoodie, wearing the jorts. Thinking, yeah, he sort of looks like likes to fight guy to me. And he was acting like likes to fight guy too. So yeah, I saw it, and I didn't appreciate what it was until about the third time I saw it. But I was definitely not surprised. Jem McCabe showed up too, but never got out of the Jeep. They're all elitist thugs. Well, there you go. But yeah, Colin in particular, he sort of looked like likes to fight guy. Was not the same image that he cut when he was sitting on the stand going, oh, I fell on my knuckles. I didn't hit anything. I just fell on my knuckles, and I have my shirt buttoned up and my little sweater on over the top of it, and I abhor violence. That kid, he looked like likes to fight guy. So there we go. That was what happened. We are now on borrowed court time. It is officially go time. So as soon as the court comes in and gets ready to rock, we'll cover it live. We're just waiting for it to. I wear a hoodie in June. Well, of course you do. The boys do. If it was this hot and somebody came rocking up in a hoodie, one of my friends, I'd slap him upside the back of the head so damn hard. I mean, why? Where can we find this? Apparently, it's all over Twitter. If it's coming across my feed, it's just there. Both of my kids keep hoodies on why? It's hot. Maybe it's one of them things you youngsters do. I'm built for comfort. Just the hoodie is like the first thing that goes off. I'm the dork that's walking around in short sleeves in January. At least he changed his clothes. Yeah, he didn't wear the same clothes. Aunt Bev is finishing her claws. Well, see, that was the good thing is during the cross-examination of the last witness, Judge was crawling up Lally's ass. She was unhappy with Lally's crass examination. Exactly. She was unhappy with his cross-examination, and she was letting him have it a lot of the time. I was pleasantly surprised by that. They don't build them like they used to, Jeff. All right. But before we get going, I do again want to make a super special thanks. This one, heartfelt thanks to everybody that made F It Friday a huge success this month. I got to find a new grift. That's starting to kick my ass more than he does normally. Have to find a new event. I don't know. That's what I say every time, but we'll see. All right, checking through here. We're still waiting for the court. Nothing is popping up on Twitter, so we can only assume that everybody is waiting with bated breath to begin. So let me refresh Twitter here. Nope. All right. Just seeing if anything comes in from Court TV people or the what's it? There's DUI guy petting his cat. There's an AI tornado. I'm assuming that's an AI tornado in Dallas. It says tornado in Dallas. Does anybody live in Dallas? Just tell me that's got to be an AI tornado. Yep. Okay. It's a hawk tornado. Yeah, I thought it looked a little too ferocious. Yeah, nobody wants to see that. Yeah, been there, done that. No, nobody wants to see that. From me or you. Right. Well, so I'm going to throw this out to you peeps. Let me have your comments on the defense's case so far. Because I think they've been pretty solid. I've liked the questions that they've been asked. The defense has a better way of asking questions in a calm, nice, clear, crisp, and concise manner. The witnesses, there's not real homey or folksy answers, but they're short and they're clear answers. The last data guy, I understood what he was saying, and what I understood him to be saying was that the whiffling British dude didn't know what the hell he was talking about. So I understood the guy. I saw snowplow guy was doing his job, keeping his nose to the grindstone. He has a great memory for where he is, what he does, when he checks in, when he goes home, all on a schedule. The dog bite lady, Dr. Mima, she was taking none of Lally's shit, none of it. And I think they've all been doing. What do you guys think? Snowplow guy was best. I like Lucky the snowplow guy. I liked him. Pepper NC with a $10 heard last night that the feds had a meeting last Tuesday and Aunt Bev was in that meeting. Word is sealed indictments coming down. Interesting. We'll have to see. Let's just see. Again, us here in Britain are sorry for that twat. Well, you done sent him off to Canada, and so you got him as far away from you as possible, and left it up to the Canuckistanis to deal with him. He's their problem now. Tony, we spent about 5 minutes talking about it at the beginning here, so yeah, we did. We saw that. I liked it when Chloe testified. Yeah, they haven't held any seances yet. They haven't gone to visit the pet cemetery at night yet. So yeah, we haven't heard from Chloe. Just gotta make sure we still have this thing not paused. And like Prince Harry, he's no longer ours. Fair enough. They've handed Lally his ass on a platter. I agree. I just think they're doing great. Joe Choi, Jeff, I'm going to teach you how to say twat properly in a Liverpool accent. Well, you're just a twat. What if that's going to be demonetized?
Hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court,
Honorable Beth Cannoni and her wig,
before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain
What
from
is your
discussing
name?
this case with anyone since we left?
What is your quest?
Everyone said yes and nodded
Who is your
affirmatively.
favorite
Were you also
juror?
able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads.
I watched
Thank you very
Jill
much.
beat the shit
All
out of
right,
Turtle.
Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Frank Sheridan.
Oh, she's gonna be giving him some direct examination. Cool. And she said that with a smile on her face, like she's happy to call him.
Those are exhibits from the voir dire.
All right, everybody, make sure you got your bingo card. We are getting ready to go. I will get my banner locked and loaded.
This way. Just watch your step for me.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't the right window to touch.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and the jury in the case now in answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
This must be medical guy. He has a doctor's bag. And his own water.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you to, when you testify,
elderly.
sir, please speak into the microphone if you can, loud and clear.
Very well.
All right, thank you.
Is it working?
Oh, no.
It should be. All right, thank you.
Oh, no.
All right,
Don't be a
Ms. Little.
Spiegel.
Good morning. Can you state your first name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Frank, and the last name is Sheridan, Sheridan.
And if you can make sure to keep your voice up just because the air conditioner is very loud.
Yeah, I noticed that. Okay.
Oh, dear.
Dr. Sheridan,
I'm
what is
nervous.
your profession?
I'm a physician, and my specialty is forensic pathology and neuropathology, but most of my career has been primarily forensic pathology.
What do you currently do for a living?
Nothing. I'm retired.
What role or position of employment did you hold before you retired?
Okay, I was the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, California, and I was in that position from 1991 until 2017. That's when I retired from that position, but I stayed on a part-time basis for another few years to help out because the office was understaffed. But a few years ago, 2021 or 22, I've lost track of the time, I finally stopped altogether.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer. I don't know if
I'll put myself closer to it, I guess. Okay, is that better?
And Ms. Little, if we need to, just let us know and we'll turn off the air conditioning.
Your Honor. Describe your educational background for the jury.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Dublin, Ireland, and I had all my initial education there, including primary school, secondary school,
Okay, it's understandable.
and
He's
then
Irish.
medical school at the university I was at was the University College, Dublin, Ireland, which is part of the National University of Ireland system. So I did my pre-med and medical school training there. And I graduated from medical school in
Okay, it's safe to
1971.
say we can check off Darth
Then
Vader
after
mic
that,
breathing on our
I
bingo
did a
cards.
one-year rotating internship, as it's called, of medicine, surgery, and some psychiatry as well. That was a requirement for all doctors for licensure. So that's basically my initial education. After I go on with my
And I must admit,
CV,
now I regret
Yes,
taking
what did
Irish
you do
Witness
your-
off the bingo
What
card.
did you do after medical
You're
school?
like a legit Irish witness.
Well, in the years after medical school, I wasn't in training anymore. I was working in Africa, actually, as a medical officer. And that wasn't training, that was a job. And I was there for 3 years in Central Africa. And I was a general medical officer with various duties that included some teaching, but also seeing patients. So I did that for basically 3 years. I then returned to Ireland and I spent the next 2 years, we're now talking about, by the way, the years I'm about to mention are 1976 to 78. So I was back in my home country, Ireland, and I spent those 2 years doing research and lecturing in pharmacology. Pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they act in the body. And I did that back at the same university where I had originally trained for medical school. So then in 1978, I came to the United States, initially to the University of Oregon, and I spent the next almost 3 years doing research there and lecturing in the field of genetics. It was during the time I was there that I decided to do forensic pathology. So starting in 1980, let me think for a second,
I bet it's
1982,
mustard gas from
I
World War
then
One.
had to start what's called a residency program in pathology. And the first part of that, the first year of that, was in Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California. I then had to interrupt my residency training and I had to go and work in family practice for a year. This was because I was going through the immigration system of the United States and they required that people
you
in my
poor
position
bastard.
work for a year in family practice in a manpower shortage area, as they designated it, an area where there weren't enough doctors. So I did that in a place called Yucca Valley, Y-U-C-C-A Valley, California. But then after that year, I returned to the residency program and continued it on at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And this training was in what's called anatomic pathology, which in a way you can think of it as general pathology. It involved autopsies, it involved surgical pathology, looking at slides from surgery. It involved a few other things as well.
Okay, he's hitting his
And
stride
so
now.
I was
That's
doing that
good.
there at Loma Linda. Then from 86 to 88, I went to Los Angeles County, USC, which stands for University of Southern California. So LA County, USC, as it's generally known, for 2 years of training in neuropathology. Neuropathology being disease and injury of the brain, spinal cord, and so forth. So that was from 86 to 88. And then in 1988, I went to the coroner's office, as it was then called. It's now a sheriff coroner's office, but at that time it was a coroner's office. And in San Bernardino, I did my 1 year required training in forensic pathology there. When I finished that year, I stayed on at the same office. And then in 1991, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the county. And as I mentioned earlier, I was in that position up until 2017. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
In other words, Dr. Sheridan, you're triple board certified, is that correct?
I am, yes.
He certainly has qualifications. I'll give him that.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
Can you describe any relevant teaching positions that you've held?
Yes.
Just keep your voice up. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear back here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He taught Jesus' disciples first aid.
Yes, I still do some teaching, actually. First of all, I'm on the staff of Loma Linda University Medical Center, the place where I did my initial training. And I give lectures on a regular basis there to the pathology residents, like I used to be myself. And in addition to that, for a long time, for about 20 years, actually, up until COVID, I was also giving annual, well, no, actually twice a year, courses on forensics at the University of California, Riverside Extension, as it's called. And I did that for, as I said, essentially 20 years, I think. But that stopped with COVID. So I haven't been doing that since the beginning of COVID epidemic. I've also given annual lectures, or not lectures, but courses, 3-day courses, to the California Criminalistic Institute, which is part of the forensic system in California. And then in addition to that, I was associated with another university for a while, but that sort of gradually elapsed. And that's basically it. I give occasional lectures at, well, actually at least once a year at various other places, just individual lectures. I'm a visiting lecturer, in other words, and at community colleges and even high schools, actually. And then I forgot to mention one more thing. For 2 years, I was a visiting professor at a university in China, in what's called Hangzhou, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly even to this day.
Hangzhou is about 700 miles from
Hangzhou,
Wuhan, in case you're interested.
H-A-N-Z-G-H-O, whatever, H-O-U. It's a big city in China anyway, somewhere. And I was there for 2 years, two different years, I mean, giving courses on forensic pathology.
Oh, yes, I
And
normally
Dr.
have the
Sherman,
captions
are
at
you a
the
member
top.
of
Sorry.
any academic or professional societies?
Of societies? Yes, I've been a member, although I've let it lapse recently intentionally, but I've been a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners for many years. I'm also a member of the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and also the American Forensic Institute, or the AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm also a member there.
And have you authored any peer-reviewed articles or publications in the areas of forensic pathology or neuropathology?
Yes, but not recently. When I was working, I was too busy to publish. But yes, I did author a few papers earlier on in my career. One of which it wasn't really neuropathology, but it was neurology more than, well, it was actually neuropharmacology. And then I did author another paper on that was related to my forensic pathology work on organ donation, organ and tissue donation for transplantation. Those are the two main ones, but there were a couple of other lesser papers.
Can you describe your duties as the Chief Medical Examiner of San Bernardino County?
Yes, as Chief Medical Examiner, I had some administrative responsibilities. Fortunately, not too many, because there were other people to do it. But most of my responsibility there was supervising the medical part of the coroner's office. In other words, the autopsy section. And I was supervising other pathologists, but I was also working full-time doing autopsies myself. So I spent most of my time actually performing autopsies. But I did have, as I said,
because a lot of the Jews died
roles
escaping
and
from
the role of
Egypt
supervising
back then.
my colleagues.
A lot of
And of course, as a
autopsies.
medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, I frequently had to testify in court, rather like I'm doing now. So that was another part of my duty.
And during the course of your professional experience, approximately how many autopsies do you believe you've conducted?
It's between 12 and 13,000. I think it's closer to 13,000.
Wow.
And have you qualified as an expert in the areas of forensic pathology, neuropathology, and anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Over 400.
And that was
And did you
before
review
Noah's
materials
flood.
related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
Yes, I did. I reviewed quite a lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case. Along with that, there was the neuropathology report, which was separate. There was a toxicology report. There were autopsy photographs. These were all of primary importance to me, all these things.
Yeah, he might be qualified to testify.
I also reviewed the complaint in this case, outlining, in other words, the basic details of the case. I reviewed photographs taken at the scene of death of Mr. O'Keefe. Photographs of the vehicle that was allegedly involved in his death, photographs of the decedent himself before the autopsy, while he was at the hospital, at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then there was also some videos of the scene of death. I also saw the death certificate. A document by CERT, S-E-R-T, police reports from Canton Police Department. Am I missing anything out? I don't think so. Yeah.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Sure.
Dr. Sheridan, is this one of the photographs that you reviewed in reaching your
Oh my
opinions
God,
and
his
conclusions in
his
this case?
web
Yes,
bio
yes, it
is
is.
really long.
Can you describe the injuries that you see in this photograph?
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones are abrasions. The abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
And based on your review of the information discussed earlier, can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T, mortem meaning before death. And that's based primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish orange color, usually yellow.
In your professional opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
All right. Trying to get to the meat and bones of it. Okay, all joking aside, this guy is old. I've been trying to find out how old he is. We know he's ancient, but haven't found his age yet. But he is immensely qualified. I was just looking at his expert witness bio. Holy crap! He could go on for a much longer time about his accomplishments. Pepper NC. Okay, we read that already. We're not going to give you a twofer. And Mug Life Stingy, Jeff. Go get your grandpa. It's past his bedtime.
I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you again to keep your voice up, please,
And
sir.
Ozzy overloaded the $5.
My voice is
Invader's
as strong
voice.
as it
There,
used to
we
be.
were
Well,
unmuted.
you're a
We'll stop
moron.
the AC for a while then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while then. We want to make sure we hear you.
Are we sure we want to make it any hotter and more
Dr.
uncomfortable for this
Sheridan,
guy's
are these
breathing?
injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
Sustained.
I would say in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
I'm sorry.
If you could assume for purposes of this question that this individual was involved in a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian, based on your review of his photographs, are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Why don't you come back for a minute?
Uh-oh. She's gonna get lectured on how to properly ask the question. She's wearing a sweater too. He thinks it's funny. He's like, she's gonna get in trouble. His qualifications: he attended Connollis College in Dublin, Ireland, primary and secondary school from 1995 to 1966.
You are unmuted.
Attended pre-medical school from the University College Dublin. Going through a bunch of stuff here. We're back to the testimony.
Dr. Sheridan, how many autopsies have you conducted on individuals who are involved in pedestrian vehicle
Foundation
motor
objection.
Involved in what pedestrian vehicle?
Yes.
Versus, yeah. Well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with individuals who have been involved in motor vehicle collisions?
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents in general, they'd be probably nearly a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000. Yeah, that's about right.
Based on your professional experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer that, Doctor.
Hmm?
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
So go right ahead. sir.
Okay. Okay, but the question was to be precise. Can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer it, but I can't remember exactly how you phrased it.
Witness asks,
Yes.
can you
based on your
rephrase that?
extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with being struck, with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
If you mean struck in that part of the body on the arm, like
Yes.
directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all.
And can you explain that?
Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, or whichever part of your body is hit, if it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising, and we don't have any bruising here. We just have linear, what I would call linear abrasions without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
What would you expect to see if an individual's arm were struck by the rear of a motor vehicle?
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see, well, depending on the circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture or fractures, but you would at least expect bruising.
In your professional opinion, based on your many years of experience, have you conducted any autopsies involving individuals who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually. Well, when I say quite a few, it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
Can you describe that for the jury?
How many?
Well, I'd have to just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children, was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs. And the dogs attacked the kid and killed them. So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal or a dog particularly was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
An animal attack.
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal, or and most likely I would say a dog. Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark from the teeth as well. Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. But my basic impression is that these are consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog.
I'm worried about this
using
guy.
his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way, and possibly the teeth as well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries that you're referring to on the screen? There should be a little laser pointer up there.
I don't know that I see one.
It's not there.
May I approach you on a shoulder?
Okay.
Using the laser pointer, could you indicate the injuries that you believe you just testified are consistent with scratch marks?
Actually, in a sense, they're all consistent with scratch marks in the sort of the more generic sense of whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but you basically got what looks like there's one pair there with possibly a third one in the middle. There are 2 very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another 2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
Dr. Sheridan, if you assume that the decedent was standing with his arm extended in this manner, and he was struck with the rear taillight of a 7,000-pound Lexus only on the arm, such that it spun him around and propelled him 30 feet, do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at Sarasota.
Ooh, they're probably another foundation objection. They're walking the line here. I've got comments. I've got comments here. But first, T42, what's up? To the $2. Sorry, I'm late and trying to catch up. Yeah, hurry. Hurry, catch up. And Aussie Tank with the Aussie $2. This guy needs oxygen. I am concerned. No lie. I honestly, I'd like cringe every time he gives one of those. It's like a death rattle. It's like, oh my God, is this his last breath? I'm not even being funny. It just like makes me uncomfortable. But the jury doesn't hear it. That's in the microphone. They probably can't hear the wheezing that hard. So it's probably not as distracting to them. But it doesn't take away from the fact that this guy is speaking from an area of incredible expertise. Remember the EMT making a scratching motion? Remember? Scratchy. Bush McFadden, how you doing? Thank you so much for the $2. Yeah, that's why I've been trying to find out how old the guy is. I'm just curious if he was, bumping around Africa in the 60s, doing doctory things. He's old. See, I had like the oldest law professor in the history of the universe, and we were always concerned about him. The guy, my law professor, who's now long since dead. He began teaching law in 1939. We were always concerned that today's lecture would be our last lecture. Professor Swenson, he was an elderly feller. Yes, that's why it's probably got. I'm thinking it's probably mustard gas from the trenches in World War I. I don't know. Well, I mean, in fairness, I did go to law school in 1996. So 93 to 96. Was it 93 to 96? Yeah. Oh, God, yeah, it was 93 to 96. I had him. So 93, still, that means he'd been teaching law for like 60 years by the time I got there. Yeah, no. This guy was, I don't know if he was an expert, but he certainly was a doctor out doing doctory things long before I came around. Oh, that's Patrick Sheridan. I was reading an obituary for Patrick Sheridan, but I'm dead. Nicolina 777 with the $2. My guess he was born in 1944. No, because he would have to be more than 20 to be practicing medicine. I'm sure there's his LinkedIn page doesn't have a date of birth for him. 55, that's certainly not him. His name is Dr. Frank Patrick Sheridan. There's a good old Irish name if there ever was one. Has anyone ever died on the witness stand? That's a very good question. I hate when people ask questions like that because I can't not Google it. Has anyone died on the witness stand?
All rise to the court, please.
Oh, this is interesting. The jury's leaving.
Hold me, please.
Ceiling Dion. Do we get a mark? Yes, everyone, mark off Ceiling Dion on your bingo card. So far, we have had on our bingo cards, Darth Vader mic breathing. Witness asks, "Can you rephrase that?" And Ceiling Dion. Those are. Oh, and we have the judge calls for sidebar. There we go. So there. That's it.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you gotta be careful who you surround yourself with, who you let into your life.
Okay, we're gonna put you down here in the corner where you belong. All right, no idea what's going on here. Think we've just got to, I don't know, my best guess is the judge is laying down some sort of parameters for questioning or something, clarifying what can be asked, looking, because they've already voir dired this guy. It was in April, and for some reason it was sealed. His report was sealed, probably because it had the medical John Keefe's medical stuff in it. Let's see. Defense has done more in 2 days to convince me there was a dog attack than the prosecution has done to prove Karen did anything in like 6 weeks. You are here. I agree with you completely. Said they're even this guy, and he's just old. You know, you can't help that. He can't help being old, but dude is testifying incredibly well, incredibly insightful, incredibly precise testimony. I found a Dr. Sheridan born in 1638. Well, that might be him. Hi, Bernice. Reporter tweeted the judge is in her chambers. Yeah, let's see if anything. What, if anything, is being reported across Twitter? Nothing. There's an alligator attacking a fish on land. Nope, he's looking at the cameraman. There's a woman in a bikini being attacked by a snake. There's some people getting it on in a moving vehicle. Yep, nothing on my Twitter feed that we need to get into. This is what happens when you spend the entire weekend searching for hot paw on your Twitter. It's all downhill from there. Right. Yeah, well, yeah, that is correct. We do get to mark off marks on John O'Keefe. Dog. See, dog we've always used to specifically refer to questions about Chloe. So yeah, we can't give you a dog on this one, I'm afraid. It needs to be questioned specifically about Chloe. Oh yeah, my algorithm is toast at the moment. I'm still trying to find if anyone has died on the witness stand. Has a witness ever died on the witness stand during a trial? Evidence from a deceased witness, criminal law. Can a court use statements from a witness that is deceased? Nothing seems to be jumping out. I'm sure, I don't know. Lying in trial. What you need to know. Yeah, don't do it. It's perjury. That's what you need to know. Huh. All right. Well, enough of that search. So what do we got going on here, people? The judge is just, effed off to her chambers for some reason. I don't know what she must be looking something up, or We'll just have to see. But until then, it's you and me. We don't see. Normally, I would go back and we would like rewatch some of the testimony we just watched. But the first hour was spent going over his resume, and he's hasn't testified to that much. Other than it doesn't look like he was hit in the face with a 7,300-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour. So that's all we've really had so far today. We'll just have to keep waiting and see. Yeah, Frank P. Sheraton. I'm still not seeing an age. 40s, 50s. No, those are relatives. He has relatives in their 70s. So. I don't see any age for the guy on this sheet that you tweeted me. So, thanks. Got his phone number now. Just don't. We can call him and ask how old he is. All right. Lally will probably bring it up. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised about that at all. Mug Life Stingy says found a Dr. Sheridan in California, 76. That's probably him. I would guess, but he's a very old looking 76. If that's the case, they're talking about the dog attack. They are, but like it's normally, it's talking about a dog attack, not the dog choice on the bingo card is referring to the specific dog, Chloe. So not going to give you this one, people. Missed my above super chat. It's right here. Patience is a virtue. We never miss the super chats. Have headphones. Darth Vader and strawberry snoring is a great mix. Lol. Thanks, Jill. We'll get to the super chats. Don't worry. We always get there in the end, except for when we don't. And Island with the $2. This is me training you to check your alt payments. Well, if there's something there, then I didn't hear anything, so I don't know. If there's an alt payment, nobody notified me of it. And if it does happen, tell me which one. Oh, there. Island sent $5 by Hujima. What is that? Cash App. Let's see. What's the Cash App message? Oh, we're back. All right, that was quick. Ish. And by quick, I mean not at all. Island, the personalized message. For be sure to misread in the most sexual way possible. Okay. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Why are we not hearing any audio, people? Hey. Court TV, Law and Crime. I guess we're muted. Thank you, Island.
Jimmy,
it didn't send me.
I'll look at this.
Stupid phone. Thank you, Val. Appreciate that. Jonathan Irwin with the $2. Wow, 76. My dad's 75 and still rides and everything. Yeah, I think if he is 76, he's an old 76.
You are unmuted.
Oh. Island says it's a Friday reference when you misread my super chat and the most sexual. If it was on Friday, I have no memory of it. So I don't remember a lot that happened on Friday. That's the way effing Fridays are. And Pin King 584 still need an answer to the death thing. The death thing. From the witness? Or from me? Oh, the death on the... I don't know.
All right, go right ahead, Miss Little, in a loud voice.
Thank you. And Dr. Sheridan, I'll ask you to also just keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
Assume the decedent was standing with his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
Can you describe that?
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before, one thing that's not there that should be there, given that idea, that scenario, is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed doesn't seem to fit the idea of the rear of a vehicle being the impacting object.
And at 24 miles per hour, would you expect to see fractures or breaks in the arm?
You could do. There'd be other factors involved as to it would depend on a lot of things, but it's possible, yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head?
To the head.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head, and where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or it's split, so you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp, in what's called the occipital area, and beneath that, when the skin was moved away as part of the autopsy, there was extensive bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point. There was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you've got the laceration. That's where the impact was. So you have the impact with the scalp hemorrhage there, and the skull fractures. Then the brain itself it had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain. And that's very common in situations like this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises. Contusions is the real word, actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself. And that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain, in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report as well as the autopsy. Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it
nice
usually
Weird Al
does
Yankovic
after major trauma.
Blast.
And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't because the skull is around it. So it begins to put pressure, pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, it's quite clear from the photographs,
Flux, howdy.
the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death. So this was a fatal injury for certain.
And what impact would that type of injury have had on the individual after sustaining it?
Yeah, once this injury occurred, once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. He would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down. But he would from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious for sure.
He have been able to stand up, move, or walk?
No, he would have been unconscious completely.
Do you have any opinion regarding whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But the grass, and as I understand from all the material I reviewed, there was also some snow, and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more. But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling and hitting their
It's
head
all in the
on it
banner,
to get
scrolling across the
injuries I
bottom.
just described.
In addition to focusing on the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries in conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
In addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
Well, as you put it there, it's a rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case, there are a number of features of things that are absent that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from the vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if Mr. O'Keefe was struck with, it depends obviously what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. There was the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common on the legs.
Yep, because
so
that's where
the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who were involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
Gosh, I have no idea, and it's but a lot. I mean, I've done. I said earlier that between well over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course, so all of those and other cases involving sharp force, homicides involving sharp force may have evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds, yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could be, yes. He had, I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands can be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object, and you're protecting yourself. So I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation. Yes.
Thank you. If I could have one moment.
Sure.
All right, that looks like that's the end of the direct examination. Yep.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
All right, Lally, give it your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Let's go, Mr. Dynamic. What do you got for him? Show the old man who's boss, Lally.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Injuries that you were just testifying about to regarding Mr. O'Keefe, they were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform myself, no.
You never saw the body, you're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy report, yes.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital where he was pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well?
Yep.
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier. Maybe I forgot.
Now, with regard to what you reviewed of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, you saw no injuries to his left arm, correct?
To his left arm? No, I don't think so, no.
No injuries to his left leg, correct?
No. Mm-hmm.
Injuries to his torso that you saw?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And no injuries to the back left side of his head, is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause of death being multiple blunt force type injuries?
He didn't say multiple blunt force type injuries.
I do agree with her, yes. Mm-hmm.
She said blunt force injury.
Reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes. Mm-hmm.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, that there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination, which were independent confirmation to me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the injuries that you observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not. Mm-hmm.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. Some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were two dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims, children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, and I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since I did these cases, but I do have a general recollection that in in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal, sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember as far as whether or not these injuries that you observed in not taking the child fatalities with the dog's maul? I'm presuming that those involve injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes. Mm-hmm.
So in the other instances that you were talking about, do you recall even whether or not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were talking about as far as the other animal attacks that you've seen,
yeah.
Do you recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, ante-mortem. Well, actually, in one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene. When they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog. Was pawing at the body, but the person was dead. But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were ante-mortem. And they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case, I had to testify later on. In this case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries that you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case, they were ante-mortem. So in other words, there's been post-mortem and ante-mortem. Yes.
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically, the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No other injuries that you observed consistent with what you're talking about as far as an animal attack on any other part of Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
That's correct, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And from what you observed in the reports and the photographs, you can't say definitively what type of animal, correct?
Ante-mortem.
That's correct.
It's the opposite of post-mortem.
You can't say
before
was
death.
an animal or was a dog.
No,
what breed
it's
of
the
dog
opposite.
that was. Is that correct?
Post-death is post-mortem. Ante
No,
like
but if I had
antebellum.
to
Ante is A-N-T-E.
try,
It means
if I said
I'm not asking you to try, sir. I'm just asking whether or not you can say whether or not that what breed of dog it was.
no, I can't tell you what breed. No.
You can't say whether or not those injuries were inflicted inside a house or outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea. Mm-hmm.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Only that they were when he was still alive. Yeah, but other
That's
than
what I
that,
said.
no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like that they happened very shortly before death.
And when you say a short time, you're talking about hours?
Minutes to hours, I would say.
Minutes to hours, but you can't.
I mean, I'm talking just based on the injuries themselves alone, leaving anything else out. You can't time injuries as exactly as you might think from CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure. And but just looking at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours, yes.
Now, at some point, were you given or did you review any files from a lab at the University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure. In relation to what?
So are you aware that the State Police Lab in Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred on his right arm, and then sent that to a lab at UC Davis? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that, no.
And so you're equally unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the
Any of them mean both of them?
scratch marks or bite marks occurred.
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
Now you can mark off dog on your bingo card.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that question.
Were you aware that there was a dog that resided at 34 Fairview Road?
Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January of 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog, humans intervened, and one of the humans was bitten?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of an actual bite mark from that actual dog months after January 29th? Were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Sir, did you write a report in relation to what you observed or anything in regard to your opinion or your testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what did you say about that?
When you're talking about a declaration, you're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under the pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, there was only one, so whatever you have.
Now, at any point in time were you made aware that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/60th of an inch by 1/60th of an inch that were found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Allegedly.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
By who?
I don't remember that specifically.
And that those pieces were then found to be consistent with the defendant's tail light.
Like I said, I don't remember that particular part.
Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's taillight housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Now, were you ever told about a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
So then you weren't also told that that was then sent out for mitochondrial DNA testing and it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe to a degree of 99.895%.
You're talking about a hair sample now. Yeah. No, I didn't have that.
And mark off broken tail light.
Now, doctor, would you agree that in blunt impact injuries, the characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes.
Now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight that were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
Do you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression abrasion.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to have some lateral movement as well, though, to get an abrasion.
Now, when you were talking about prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions, is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front. Mm-hmm.
So mostly it's a pedestrian who are crossing the street or standing in the street who's been struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But so those cases were impacts against the back of the vehicle. But most pedestrian cases, yeah, are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
And just briefly on that, as far as the defendant's vehicle itself, are you aware that there were rear backup cameras and a 360-degree overhead view from the back of her vehicle?
I remember reading that, Chance.
Now, understanding what you're talking about as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the wear on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision, much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done, some of them were witnessed and some weren't, let's put it that way, yeah. So when they weren't witnessed and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any, the vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations. And so in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies,
And understanding that it varies, but primarily what I'm saying is whatever information as far as the body comes in and you're going to conduct an autopsy, there would be some information from law enforcement or witness statements or something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing, pedestrian collision, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which that you've seen are, again, from the front of the vehicle striking a pedestrian on the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck plays in reference to their injuries?
Yeah, that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact. Mm-hmm.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones that involved being backed over, and they were children. I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except the vehicle went right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind, so can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than 6'1", 200 something?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground and then the vehicle is going to go over, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of it?
I can't remember.
Can you remember any?
Not off the top of my head, no. Mm-hmm.
And so if someone is struck by the right rear portion of a vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with the frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim and at the moment of impact. And of course, it could be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back, the side, whatever, or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
But as you testified earlier on direct, it's sort of dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend on, or for that matter, internal injuries, depends on a variety of factors, but you're going to get bruising for sure.
You did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, a small bruising. It looked like 2, possibly 3.
Siren outside of
almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware from the materials that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe was last seen sort of on video exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of a cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
You talked about a couple of different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking?
You mean on different occasions?
As far as in, there are multiple abrasions as you've termed them, and you're attributing them to an animal attack, correct?
I think that's the most likely explanation for these, yes.
And so my question is, sir, is that from the dog or the animal or whatever it is scratching Mr. O'Keefe once, more than once, based on what you observed in
Well, it's more than once. When I had the laser pointer here, I think I pointed to roughly, 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas.
Paying attention, Lolly?
So it looks like, and you have, maybe there's an additional, the ones on the lower forearm, I should say, are harder to figure out. But it looks like 4, maybe 5 separate.
4 or 5 separate sort of swipes, whether they be with mouth or claws or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is it your testimony that it's not possible that Mr. O'Keefe received that from some part of the motor vehicle, or glass shattering, or shattering from a taillight, or any sort of metal pieces underneath contained within that taillight housing as far as his interaction with the vehicle?
They don't look remotely like that to me.
So it's not possible, is that correct?
In my opinion, no.
So there.
You were asked about some questions with regard to the surface of the ground as far as dirt or grass. Are you familiar with what the weather was like at the time that Mr. O'Keefe, you testified earlier, you were familiar that he was found in snow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the temperature was like as far as, my question is this, sir. Understanding cushioning of grass and dirt under normal conditions, but if the ground is physically frozen based on the temperature of outside, would that impact as far as your understanding of the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course.
No, I mean, even if there was a small coating of ice, I wouldn't change my opinion based on that, no.
I'm not talking about ice, sir. What I'm talking about is the ground itself being physically frozen based on the temperatures outside.
Objection.
Foundation. How do you know it was frozen?
Now, as far as the hard surface that you're talking about, would that include asphalt pavement?
Yes, it could.
And as far as those injuries, the speed, if Mr. O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and was projected away from that vehicle and then struck his head on the ground, would that be sufficient force, in your opinion, to cause the skull fracture on the back of his head?
If all that happened, yes, and onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes, if that's indeed what happened. But like for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened.
Now, you testified or you asked some questions about your opinion and as to or consistency with the physical altercation. Is that right?
Yes.
And the sort of swelling in Mr. O'Keefe's eyes as far as the ecchymosis concerned there, that was related to the brain injury. Is that your understanding?
Well, the skull injury rather than the brain.
Skull injury, which leads to the bleeding of the brain, which then leads to the swelling of the eye. Right?
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, let's be clear about this. I mentioned the fractures earlier on.
Ali, you're talking to your betters
all the way towards the front of the skull, including what are called the orbital plates, which are the bones, the parts of the frontal bone that are right over the eye sockets. And the bone there is very delicate. It's the thinnest part of the skull. Anyway, the photographs and the autopsy report clearly show that the fracture involved that on each side, both orbital plates, in other words. And it's that fracture, it's not the brain itself, but it's that fracture which leads to the bleeding that causes the black eyes, if you want to call them that way.
And as far as what your review of the medical records, your review of the autopsy report, photographs, things that you observed nothing as far as fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's eye sockets, correct?
Well, the orbital plates, in a sense, are part of the eye sockets, but they're the upper, they're the roof.
Were there any fractures to the orbital bones?
There were no fractures that appeared to be coming from the front, no.
As far as the sclera, was there any broken blood vessels or anything that you observed in either the notes or the reports or the photographs or anything else that you saw?
Broken blood vessels were?
The sclera.
Huh?
Sclera of the eyes? You know what that is?
Oh, the eye, yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Just couldn't hear what you said, yeah. No, there just, as far as I know, the eyes were clear, yeah. The eyes themselves were clear, yeah.
Now, as far as the minor injuries that you were talking about, as far as the eyelid or the nose, as far as those minor lacerations you were talking about, there was no bruising around any of those lacerations, correct?
The eyelid laceration, don't forget, is in the same area where you have the other injury, and it's a little bit hard to figure out whether how much hemorrhage, how much of that black eye could even be from related to the laceration, because you've got two possible explanations for the black eyes. One is the skull fracture I've already mentioned, but that doesn't
and the other
rule
is
out
being punched in the
his
eye.
getting an impact as well on the front, but I can't, there's no way you can separate them.
But as far as around those minor lacerations that you're talking about, you didn't observe or see any record of any bruising or any broken bones in those areas whatsoever?
No, the main one that I was relating to when I spoke about the altercation question was the laceration on the eyelid. That's not related to the head injury that we've been discussing. So it's a separate injury, and it is from some kind of blow to the front.
Minor lacerations that you observe, would they be consistent with being struck by broken pieces of glass or broken pieces of broken sharp pieces of plastic?
If it was indeed a laceration, as it was described, then no, because lacerations by definition, although this is a term that's often misused, by the way, even by some doctors, but a laceration by definition is an open wound caused by blunt force, not sharp.
Interesting. I did not know that.
So blunt force, as far as what I'm asking is it possible that the lacerations to his face were caused by a blunt object?
Yes.
That then shattered and caused the lacerations to his face?
I find that hard to imagine. I find that very hard to even conceive of.
So it's not conceivable? Is that what you're saying?
To me, no.
And from your review of whatever reports and medical records and everything else, what, if anything, did you see, or did you see anything that had to do with an animal being present on scene, or an animal being near Mr. O'Keefe's body, or Mr. O'Keefe being inside the house?
I don't know. I mean, but I heard there was an animal somewhere around the place, a dog. I think you mentioned the dog earlier.
So somewhere around the place, but no evidence that you've seen that animal interacted with Mr. O'Keefe in any way?
No, I wasn't there, obviously. And All I can say is what I've already said, but I don't know any more than that.
I know you weren't there. What I'm saying is from the material that you reviewed, was there any indication or any evidence of that animal ever being near, close to, or interacting in any way with Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I'd love to further.
Little? Thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would say that was probably Lally's best cross-examination of the entire trial. That doesn't make it great. I just think that was his best effort.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just take a look at that photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I saw this photograph before. Yeah.
Could you describe that photograph to the jury?
It shows the decedent's knees taken from the right side, but you can see both knees. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, permission to mark this and then publish it.
Mark it, put it into evidence. Okay, is there any objections to Ally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. That would be exhibit 657. Yes, you may publish it, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sheridan, you were asked on cross-examination about injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is this the injury that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, this has been mentioned before. It's an abrasion.
And that's the extent of the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Right. All right, Dr. Sheridan, you are all set, sir.
Very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was quick. Alrighty then. Like I said, I think that was his best attempt, the cross-examination.
Right this way, sir.
Now I can relax. Ugh. Now people are saying we had a what if any. I didn't hear a what if any. Did we have a what if any? All right, well, they're futzing around there. Lancelot, 652 with the $5 says, does Marianne Bachmeyer count towards witness dying on the stand? No. A man
Step right over and just watch the step for me.
kidnapped and murdered her daughter. She just walked into court and shot the dude in the middle of the trial. He wasn't on the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the
Is
court
Wolf-
and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Daniel Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few.
Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction format for ARCA, correct?
That is correct.
What sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
So we do a lot of work in civil litigation. So we work with insurance carriers, law firms, but we also consult with and do projects with the federal government, as well as the National Hockey League on player safety. So we're involved in a number of research projects as well.
Is there other clientele that seeks out ARCA for accident reconstruction or biomechanics or human factors issues?
In terms of beyond the parties that I just listed?
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yes, the military, yes, the Army.
Tell me a little bit about the work that you've done for the Department of Defense.
Well, that was before my time, but I'm aware of projects that dealt with working on vehicles that were over in the Middle East, where they basically designed energy absorbing seats because there was injuries when the vehicles were going over IEDs.
Is ARCA known both nationally and internationally? Is it recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction issues?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, do you specialize in both accident reconstruction and the human factors that are associated with such reconstruction where necessary?
Yes.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of what is accident reconstruction?
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering, science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you open up a puzzle box and you dump the pieces out and you've got a bunch of pieces and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
And what is the application of human factors to that process?
So to give you an example of human factors in the field of accident reconstruction, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility and conspicuity work. So to give you an example of that, let's say a driver's driving down the road at night, there's a pedestrian that's crossing the road. So we want to have an understanding based upon that pedestrian's clothing, the headlights of the vehicle, any potential artificial lighting in the area. When does a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? And then we can also look at literature to have an understanding of how do drivers respond based upon the hazard they're presented with. So there's different response times depending on the hazard. So it's going to be different for a pedestrian crossing the roadway or a driver responding to a vehicle suddenly stopping in front of them.
Dr. Wolf, as an accident reconstructionist, do you investigate and reconstruct both passenger vehicle issues, commercial vehicle issues, motor vehicle pedestrian issues, all of the above?
Yes, I see all types of accidents.
And how long have you been doing this work with ARCA?
A little over 7 years now.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also hold any accreditations in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object spatially without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction?
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
How many cases would you say in your experience in your career have you reconstructed or attempted to reconstruct, you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it would probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you'd have a number specific, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involved pedestrians as well?
Several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great.
Unfortunately, he's a lip smacker.
A great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having difficult a difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
Well, yes, Dr. Wolf, but have you studied forward
kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles?
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crashworthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability, and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed?
I think Trooper Paul was a hybrid dummy.
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in the field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking History Recording Characteristics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording. And specifically, it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers, the sudden braking event is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle, reaches.
May we approach?
Sure.
He doesn't like something that was said. Perhaps it goes beyond the scope. Look at everybody staring at Karen. Monsters. I guess Lally's thinking something went beyond the scope of the voir dire. But Markov lawyer calls for sidebar on your bingo card there. And for those of you keeping score at home, you should have what, if anything? Broken tail light. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Witness asks, can you rephrase that? Lip smacking witness. Darth Vader mic breathing. Judge calls for sidebar. Siren outside of court. Ceiling Dion. Dog and marks on O'Keefe.
Now,
yes, you can move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You'd never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. Is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
Who's paying your bills?
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct?
And for those of you that don't know, the FBI is paying this guy.
In a multi-page document that was submitted following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You had never met us, didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You'd never met Mr. Lally, didn't know who he was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
All right. Goes without saying, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense?
You have not paid us anything, no.
And you don't work for us.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing before today.
That is correct.
Your work product, the report that you provided, was provided both to the defense as well as the Commonwealth. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both sides?
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes.
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you'd join us and testify, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at
The
ARCA was
FBI
assigned
is
to the
paying.
team who would ultimately
This guy
undertake
wrote a report for
this
the
job of
FBI's
accident reconstruction?
investigation into the
It
prosecution.
was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those were the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure. If you.
May I?
Sure.
All right, well, he's doing that. Jonathan Irwin.
Thank you.
Actor Tamayo Perry was apparently killed by a shark. Apparently he acted in Pirates of the Caribbean and was a legendary pipeline surfer.
How many categories of
He was munched on by a shark. Ooh.
Provided, it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots, and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all of the other evidence.
Or when it got there.
Correct.
Based on your review of all the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
No, they're not
Did you
FBI
perform an
witnesses.
accident
They're experts
reconstruction
that were hired by the
specifically
FBI to
focused
prepare
on
reports,
determining
and they've
whether or
been
not
called by
damage
as
to the
witnesses in this
Lexus
case.
was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
And reversing that, was your accident reconstruction also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper, more so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
During your review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think it's going back to the scene evidence. Again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper, in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
let's take those one at a time. How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes.
You were not told that theory by the defense because you've never met us.
Correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You've never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simply having some facts extant in the data. Got a broken drinking glass, broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight, vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
And that was your determination of, well, we were given instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact, and importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
So, getting back
This
to that
witness is
testing, and I interrupted
devastating,
your flow,
devastating
you
to
were looking
Lally's
at whether or
case.
not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly, and directly behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Pretty cool job. Tell me what the results of your testing
He likes
was.
his job. I love this
cannon
guy.
that would fire the drinking glass.
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The target speeds were 30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male or an individual, for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, anybody told you any specific, let me see if I can rephrase that. Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence whatsoever that John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran 2 tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed, or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Are you saying, well, let me ask you a different question. You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at the taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not that damage to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. When you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits the static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the taillight were to hit that hand, the hand would not remain static, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
If the taillight were to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of you're firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, again, the damage to the back of the Lexus, again, is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5 inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
So given everything in your investigation was revealed concerning this testing, are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
In all the information that you provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Approach.
Yeah, it's just, yes.
Yes, approach. And while they're doing that, we've got some things to catch up on. We got to go way back to about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago. Sorry, Jill, it took us a long time to get there. How long does bruising show up on a dead body? And Jill Ems, I worked in an abattoir, and there was no bruising after. Yeah, there's no bruising after death. You get the lividity from all the blood settling, but he's saying that the bruising would have happened before he died. The doctor was saying he died a nice slow death in the cold. He was unconscious but still alive. And Sonia Chris, member for 20 months. Do you think that the state has realized how effed their case is? Probably.
May I? Yes. Thank you.
I hope.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right.
Jonathan Irwin with the $2. Lally brings GEDs. Jackson brings PhDs.
You also did some testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about that drop testing.
Certainly. So, again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a taillight from the Lexus and the human head.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why did you choose that height?
Well, if you calculate it through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast, especially when we're talking about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end.
Exactly. All the stuff that the prosecution's witness didn't take into effect.
With respect to kind of just the nature of that speed, it's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again, cause damage to the taillight.
What was your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck, the taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject taillight was less than that of the test taillight.
So if I were to ask you whether or not there would be more or less damage to the taillight if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour, what's your conclusion?
Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15 up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test.
Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight?
Certainly.
Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct?
Correct.
So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head?
From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent.
I want to shift gears back to the injuries that you saw concerning Mr. O'Keefe's arm, his right arm. During the course of your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, sir.
What's the width of the taillight, specifically from where it meets the lift gate to the left side? I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle.
To the right. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really, it's even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end where it's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
What is the what's the significance of whether or not there was damage between the dent and the taillight? In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the lift gate, as I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the lift gate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the lift gate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
Can you calculate, or could you calculate, or did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Objection.
Take a distance out of it, break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
So you can't hit the arm and then whip the entire body 30 feet.
Of damage that you described between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah.
That would be inconsistent in my opinion.
They have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I was too slow with the dun button.
And what is your opinion, Doctor, as to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight if, in fact, that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm?
Objection.
I'll allow
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Probably not.
Sorry.
I'm trying. Physics, that's why. From your testing, what would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight if, in fact, that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above? What would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that same weight, we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation, your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the engineering and the physics testing that you did, in your expert opinion, was that taillight damaged by striking John O'Keefe in the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your opinion, was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe in the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
And punch?
Yes.
You are muted.
You are muted. Zenothium 15 with the $5. Would you say the Commonwealth is going out on a limb with their theory of the case. No further questions. Yeah. No, as I say, I mean, this is just crushing to Lally's case. I mean, the science puts a studied forward to shame. I mean, plus he took into consideration all of the factors, the weather, the street condition, everything that Lally's expert said didn't matter. There was no adverse weather that would affect anything. Dude, and he's already got out ahead and said he wasn't at the scene, but you don't need to be at the scene to do the math. So
you are unmuted.
Cross-examination is going to be ugly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Last question, Doctor. In your expert opinion, based on all your testing, is the damage to the taillight that you saw consistent with striking a human head?
No.
In your expert opinion, is the damage to the taillight consistent with striking a human arm?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
All right, report, please.
You are muted.
You are muted. We've got about an hour and 35 minutes left. Genuinely wondering if I'll be able to make it.
Call me, please.
All right, waiting for the jury to exit. And sealing Dion high. I was just checking the bingo card, see if I'd missed anything. I think I got it.
Hey there, Karen Reed,
no
trial
way.
watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you gotta be careful who you surround yourself with, who you let into your life. Do you?
No, I didn't. I didn't find a witness dying on the stand story. He sent it to you. Oh, okay. People are sending lots of tweets today. Italian dies suddenly while testifying. That was probably a mafia head. Oh, an Italian accused of killing his American girlfriend suffered a heart attack and died while testifying for the first time last Wednesday, his lawyer said. That was from 2007, so that was many Mondays ago. All righty. Well, truthfinder.com, LCL Live, LC Live, whatever. We got the cross-examination coming up. Cool. John O'Keefe's family refused to attend defense. What do you mean by that? I'm confused. I did mark off a couple of comments that I wanted to read through here. Way back in the day with the previous doctor, Dr. Vader. Tristan Green said he sounds like Mr. Frump in his iron lung. Congrats for that extraordinarily obscure Weird Al Yankovic song reference. That's you got to be on top of your game to be pulling Mr. Frump and his iron lung takes out of thin air. That was a good one. I like that. That's why I marked that one off. I thought it was particularly good. It's scummy how Lally both tries to impeach Grandma with the bite marks or BS report, but then keeps bringing up Chloe's bites so he can say they don't match. There was a lot of you asking why he's bringing up, Chloe, and that's exactly it. You didn't see Chloe. You didn't know Chloe existed. You didn't know there was no dog DNA on there. You didn't see the pictures. There's pictures of another dog bite. You didn't match them up, so therefore you don't know what you're talking about, expert witness. That was the implication he was trying to give. And it wasn't working. And say Legal Vices, sharks mistake surfers for prey. They look like seals from below. Well, Daily Quick Bites, I would argue that it's not a mistake because to the shark, a surfer is prey. Meat is meat. I don't think the shark really particularly cares if it's human meat or seal meat. It just sees prey. We are prey for a lot of things out there in the ocean. And Daily Quick Bites also says this is basically the same test done to prove a piece of foam led to the destruction of the shuttle Columbia in 2003. No. For those of you who don't know, that they determined that one of the O-rings had a problem on the space shuttle Columbia because one of the greatest physicists in history, Richard Feynman, was sitting on the panel with the thing that caused the space shuttle to blow up is about this big. It's about that big around, and he was just dipping it in a cup of ice water. He was just keeping it there in the ice water, and then he pulled it out and snapped it. He just cracked it, and that's when they found out that under extreme cold conditions, the O-ring would freeze and crack, which happens when you have all the liquid nitrogen whatnot venting off the side of the fuel tanks and whatnot. And so yeah. Oh, Columbia or Challenger. Oh yeah, I was talking about yeah, I was way back with the Challenger. The Columbia, how did they? Yeah, I'm old. I remember the first space shuttle disaster. Yeah, Columbia. What test did they do to do the Columbia? I just know what they did to do the Challenger. Sorry. I forgot there was a second shuttle that exploded over Texas. Well, actually it exploded over like the entire central part of America. Columbia did fail due to a piece of foam. Oh, that's right. Like when it was one of the heat shields that had fallen off, right? Yeah. One of the heat shieldings had fallen off and apparently had damaged some stuff on the way down, plus left the seat. Yeah, I remember. I remember. I'm like the old doctor there. I vaguely remember this. Moxie Dane with a $5. What's your favorite Dr. Demento skit? Ooh. Fish Heads was always a good one. Dead Puppies was great. I also enjoyed the Dungeons and Dragons skit. I cast magic missile. Boot to the Head was always good. God, there's so many classics. And of course, Mr. Frump and his iron lung. So yeah, wow, it's like see the old Dr. Demento skits. Those are the things like when you think of one, you think of a bunch more. Well, that's there are some people that say that that's one of the assertions that the Challenger crew survived the explosion. Crew compartment intact. That's ugh. O-ring failure due to cold was well known before Challenger. I actually have a personal tie to one of the people that developed the O-ring for the space shuttle, and it's kind of a sad story. But yeah. And Moxie Dame caught it too, I believe. You just saw Weird Al last summer. You know, we should probably talk about the trial, but talking about Weird Al Yankovic's better. I actually saw, God, when did I see Weird Al Yankovic in concert? I think it was 1988. It was during his Like a Surgeon tour. He was touring with the Monkees on a July 4th concert. It was Weird Al Yankovic and the Monkees. Right. Okay. Let's talk about this expert witness, shall we? Guy was sharp as a tack. I cannot wait to see where Lally's going to go with cross-examination on him, because Let me move the microphone closer here. There. Legal Vice. Did you see the movie with Harry Potter starring as Weird Al? That was actually a good movie. So that was a fun movie. Now, Lally is so far out of his depth here, and I wonder to what extent Lally is thinking, if I try to discredit the FBI witnesses who are looking into or are still actively investigating our prosecution of Karen Reed, how that will go over. I wonder if he's seriously sweating that. Like, oh my God, can I do this? Can I call him into the credibility of an FBI witness, FBI expert into question? I think he'd be sweating this. Like if you somehow manage to crush the guy, which there's a 0% chance of that actually happening, is the FBI going to come down harder on him? Who knows? But I don't. How can you call anything this guy said into question? That sounded pretty damn airtight. And he was hitting all the stuff that Lally usually hits. Well, you weren't at the scene, were you? You didn't see the scene, did you? You're working just off of pictures. And this guy's covering all those bases. You don't have to be at the scene. You don't have to have seen it. You can go up. You can do them. I mean, math is math, no matter where you're standing. And the whole side swipe thing, and you hit his arm, and you pirouettes and whatever else was said. Yeah, he said that ain't gonna happen. Lally will just be using word vomit. So it's getting a little bit. I just shut the window because it's really breezy and cold in here. But now I have to turn the fan on because it's too stuffy in here. All right, there we go. This guy actually spontaneously regurgitates formulas like the CW's expert. Poor Trooper Paul. He studied forward. The state has to realize that their experts are just shit. I mean, really. Now Jeff is Mr. Incredible. Math is math. Hey, it is. I mean, as I said, the prosecution has to understand that their witnesses are shit compared to these guys. I was gonna say something when Dr. Caesar took the stand. I was going to mention how all of their witnesses are just really old, but with age comes a remarkable wealth of experience. So yeah, they're 3 times older than Trooper dipshit Paul, but they're many times smarter than him. So they've got the experience. Yeah. Yeah. Dating advice: find yourself a partner who likes their job as much as this guy. So you build a cannon? Yeah, it was pretty awesome. That's probably my favorite question and answer of the entire trial so far. So you basically build a cannon? Yeah, it was awesome. It's pretty awesome. They have no, quote, expert witnesses. Yeah. Let's see where we're standing here. We've currently got 546 people here and 455 likes. Oh, we're always like more likes. You'll like it to like the likes. It's like Frank Burns. Frank Burns quote there from MASH. It's nice to be nice to the nice. So it's like to like the likes. You know what I mean? Hit that like button. Let's get as many likes as we can to get ourselves out there in the YouTube algorithm, telling us that there's something really fun and super exciting happening that you should all come over to Legal Vices and see. And take our like and subscribe poll. How are we doing on that after 2.5 hours? After 2.5 hours of our like and subscribe poll, which is just the poll to make you remember to like and subscribe, the prosecution has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. 7% of you said yes. I'm sure some of those are an accidental yes because you didn't read the question closely, because I saw some people saying that. So the prosecution has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. 7% said yes. 30% said no, and 63% said lol. So, there you go. Oh, yes. Flux, we can't forget that. We can't forget that quote as well from Officer Paul. Not only did he study forward, he also said the crime scene spoke to me. The crime scene told me what happened. Yeah, he also mentioned that. That was what a dipshit. Hey, everybody. Hey, Melody Couture. How are you? He drove the car in reverse. Yeah, well, yes, congratulations. He did drive the car in reverse. And you know what? It didn't look like it was going 24 miles an hour to me, regardless of what he thinks may have happened. Did the crime scene say anything else? Yeah, he's the crime scene whisperer. Like what was the show? Medium? Yeah. Just all the crime scene ghosts come and just speak to Trooper Paul. All right, let's see. We got our bingo card. Should we go over our bingo card? There's a lot I still don't have bingo, and it's kind of annoying me. I'm close in several respects, but still pretty dang far. This is a crappy bingo card. On the Karen Reed murder trial bingo, we've got what, if anything, broken tail light, lawyer calls for sidebar, and unfortunately, we did have Darth Vader mic breathing and lip smacking from the same witness. And the witness asks, "Can you rephrase that?" We haven't had one of those in a long time. They used the magic words. Judge calls for sidebar, siren outside of court, ceiling Dion, dog, and marks on O'Keefe. Fiery Red Podcast. How you doing, brother? Good to see you here. Legal Vices, that drove me nuts. Accident recon was a subspecialty in my EMS years. Also, the MPLS firefighters in the Floyd case drove me crazy. Well, come on. What do you mean it drove you crazy when people just say, "Oh, the crime scene spoke to me"? What? That's not kosher. Yeah, that's not how that works in real life. I think the judge had to let the pathologist opine on vehicular relationship to injuries because she will try and restrict the biomechanical doctor. I think by judge had to let the pathologist opine. No, I think she has to let the biomechanical guy in because of the medical examiner's testimony from last Friday, where she was talking about those items. She was talking about those things. I think she sufficiently opened the door to allow him to do it. So we'll find out soon, though, won't we? We're gonna find out soon. If depending how this goes, it looks like the defense may rest their case today. In which case, we get a day maybe for rebuttal witnesses, maybe two, but probably just one. Then we have closing arguments and jury instructions, and the jury could have this on Wednesday or Thursday. I guess it's going to go to the jury. Excuse me. We got an hour and a half left. I'm going to be cutting it close here. I fear Karen Reed is going to prison, says Bush. You know, this is one of those trials. There's again, we saw it with Zachariah Anderson, where literally every single lawyer that watched that case, to a person, said, "Oh, hell no. There is no way the jury should find this guy guilty." But juries are weird, strange things. This is another one of those cases that I cannot conceive of how any honest juror could say there is no reasonable doubt about what happened on that night. It's unthinkable that a sober, normal, right-thinking juror would say, oh yeah, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no other reasonable explanation. There's no other doubt about what happened that night. It's clearly the only possible solution. I don't see that, but you just don't know. There's no telling what the jury will actually come back and do. And the fact that you have to be still nervous and scared about what a jury is going to come back with in a case like this, that tells you a lot. That tells you a lot about the system, that we're not using always the best and the brightest on the jury. Bush says Zachariah Anderson is a huge miscarriage of justice. If Karen Reed goes down, I will put that right up there with another huge miscarriage of justice. No, Bush. I don't mean to be, but I've seen too much. Anybody that follows trials here on YouTube and whatnot, even in real life, you have to. Juries are wild animals. They can surprise you, and there's the lack of predictability is spooky. But I'm still hoping and thinking the jury's going to go, nah. The prosecution has effed this up so badly. I mean, just listening to today, how can they convict? Just listening to only the testimony that's been given today. Forget the fact that the times don't match up. He says, Lally says in his opening statements that he was struck by a vehicle sometime between 12:40, 12:45. That's what we're going to prove. Well, the more we get to know about Karen Reed's timing and where things are going, the more they try to back it up to where it's 12:32 when she's home in his home hooking up to the Wi-Fi. All right, we are back.
Right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
It was the opposite for the Trump trial. We all knew he would be found guilty despite the evidence pointing towards not guilty. That's a good point too. That's a darn good point. All right, Lal, give it your best shot. Fire away. Wow, the entire Karen Reed bench is color coordinated today.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, in conjunction with, Dr. Wenchler, is that correct?
Dr. Rentschler, yes.
So you, in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Yeah. You, in conjunction with Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Klein, wrote a report in regard to your analysis.
Nervous cough.
Correct.
And doctor, that report was issued on February 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences, you or whoever the author of that particular portion indicates, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty standard as far as your industry is concerned. You can only work with the information that you're provided. Is that correct?
Certainly.
Now, in this instance, you were provided 10 things, and then there were 4 additional things that either you or the other doctors had reviewed as far as literature or things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Specifically to prevent bias.
We're talking about were reports, an initial crime scene report, medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many sets of photographs of the incident location were you provided with?
In terms of the number of photographs?
Of the number of photographs, sir, were there different sets of photographs?
Yes.
And how many sets?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that there was a series that were taken during the daytime as well as ones taken what appeared to be in the early morning hours.
And you were also provided video from the early morning hours, is that correct?
From what I recall, I think it was daytime, but yes.
Photographs of the vehicle, photographs of recovered evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
CDR report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, correct?
Correct.
Autopsy report, autopsy photographs, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some other things those would be the 10 things that you were provided with, and then there were 4 other things that you reviewed or part of your team reviewed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in regard to there's a section in your report called review of materials, and it talks about photographs and glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You also talk about a black drinking straw that was recovered on scene, is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with
Allegedly.
curbing, in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of
Yes,
your work as a
second.
crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest, where there are bodies in place
You
at
already
final
answered
rest?
this.
Have you ever been to the scene where those sort of conditions existed?
Certainly. We have a rapid response team that essentially we've been on site on the day of or the week of the incident. Yes.
Now, how often is that?
Not nearly as often as, like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again, by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been is no longer present.
Scene's been cleared, items have been removed as far as evidence or other things. That's mostly what you deal with, correct?
Sure.
And as far as the hat that we were talking about before, are you aware that that was recovered as well, same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
In the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist with pedestrian collisions, correct?
Correct.
Is it common or uncommon for in the course of a pedestrian collision, for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
This is not
Well, I
a
think that
capital murder
depends
case,
on
Bush.
the
It's a
interaction between the two.
second-degree
If we're
murder
talking,
case.
if it's more of a side
I don't even
swipe
think
type
Boston- I don't
interaction,
even
if we're just talking
Massachusetts
about
has
an
the death
arm,
penalty.
for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off, yes.
So that is consistent in general terms with the pedestrian collision of the shoe coming off, correct?
Again, based on the interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And that's not the question I was asking. So what I'm asking, is it generally consistent with pedestrian collisions that a shoe may come off during the collision sequence near the area of impact?
Shoes can come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
Now, again, you were testifying earlier about the damage to the Lexus being isolated in the area of the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on the information that you were providing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to any of the materials that you were provided, was there anything in the materials that you were provided that indicated that just the arm or an outstretched arm of Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the vehicle?
No.
And based on your review of any of the materials that you were provided, was there any information stating that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the back of the head by the taillight assembly of the Lexus?
No.
And based on any of the materials Let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you've provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I'm not aware of that video.
And while he's doing that again, Abushi has been charged with second-degree murder, not first. Second-degree murder. What
Now,
else?
other than the
Driving under
materials
the
that we just went
influence.
over, as far as the 10 things that you were
Something
provided,
else.
you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
If I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Grand jury indicts Karen Reed on charges of second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of personal injury and death.
You talked a bit
Those are her charges.
about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, and in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
We
talked
always
a little
have
bit
subtitles,
about,
Erica.
conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
When you're talking about conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about something called PRT, or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time, where again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which the driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as crash reconstruction is, correct?
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data, versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
Oh, understood. And there's different variables that may affect
Lally,
that, as far as
you're
someone's
gonna get
age, as far
murdered
as
here.
the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
Expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Do you think
Now,
there's going to
in
be a
that
lot of people
expectation of
standing
privacy,
outside
how
in the middle of the
high would
night
that be
in
if we're talking about a
biggest
pedestrian that
blizzard the
actually exited
state
from
has
the
seen
vehicle
since
that then
Christ
strikes
was
you?
a corporal?
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If the operator of the vehicle has a passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes towards the back, would there be a high reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
Yeah.
Now, you never looked at the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So what?
Now, a typical pedestrian strike, for the most part, involves a pedestrian in front of a vehicle as it's coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order to cause and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence, is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how or where that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, though, that you understand that there's a difference in the injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has with a vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is wrapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
There could be, yes.
Now, the testing that you did with respect, these are essentially experiments that you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
And essentially what you're trying to do is control as many of those variables as you can in order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees, so that they'd reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
What handbook?
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what your testimony is, but you wrote a report, correct?
Right, and I don't know that I detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
Even if there was a blizzard going on?
Again, what we're going after here is ultimately conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight, sure, that could be a possibility.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your test?
Were you aware of that, sir?
I'm aware that there was inclement weather at the time, yes.
No,
Now,
that
with
would be
respect
an absolute
to
falsity. So
what type of glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower sidewall.
And so what I'm asking, sir, was it cocktail glass, was it pint glass? What kind of drinking glass are we talking?
A rocks drinking glass.
And how tall is that rocks drinking glass that you use?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to the sidewall of the glass?
Talking about in comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass. Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And so when you're projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever it was, are you facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail?
So in the testing, the interaction between the taillight and the glasses was primarily between the base and the taillight.
Now, with reference to, I asked you a little bit about the video, and you weren't aware of Mr. O'Keefe exiting from the Waterfall Bar at 12:11 in the morning, about 15, 20 minutes before he struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Now,
because it's
with
irrelevant
reference
to his test.
that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment, finding out what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
I had no idea that video existed.
It's not.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he was struck by the vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking. Yes.
How is it that you determined where on the taillight assembly to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern, and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from basically
every
where
question
the clear
Lally
portion
asks
meets
makes
the
this guy
red
sound
cover.
smarter.
We kind of saw that the fracture pattern emanated from that, so that's where we targeted it.
Now, when you did this testing, as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off
Hang on,
the
I'll be right
taillight,
back.
is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
Now, I know you may not be the person for this, but just as far as your reviewed some of the autopsy report, medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand, do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee, do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware that when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no overhead street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
Well, as far as part of your scope, did you define that you indicated earlier that there were questions that you didn't find in the materials that you conducted experiments to prove or disprove, correct?
Well, again, the entity that retained us in this asked us to evaluate whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with the interaction or
The
in
lighting
interaction between the
doesn't
two.
matter a
So you were at
single
least
fuck.
somewhat restricted in the scope of what you could do based on the parameters given to you by the agency that hired you. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Simple, Lally. Do the marks on O'Keefe's body match whatever happened, the damage to the vehicle?
Now, as far
That's
as
it.
any
Lighting
statements
doesn't
by the
matter.
defendant,
What the fuck bar
to,
he was at doesn't
investigating
matter.
troopers either that afternoon or that morning when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered, were you familiar with any of those?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not familiar with.
Sure.
Yeah, what aren't you going to allow, Judge? Bridget says he's doing the defense job. Well, as I said before, I ran to grab some Visine because my eyes are so dang dry. I've got this fan just blowing right on my eyes. Yeah, it's like I said, every question Lally asks is making this dude sound smarter. it's literally doing the opposite of what he wants to do. And these questions have nothing to do. This is the third time he said it, that the scope of their investigation was to determine whether the marks on him are consistent with the damage to the vehicle. That's it. There's nothing else. What's happening in the bar doesn't matter. What the damn thickness of the glass is doesn't matter. How he was holding the glass doesn't matter. Whether he was, none of this, whether it was light or dark, that doesn't matter. Whether it was snowing doesn't matter. It's just, did the marks on him come from the vehicle? That's it. Island with the $2 might have to put on pants to stay awake. Upsetting.
So, Doctor, with regard to the defendant's statements, at any point where you did you review materials, or were you made aware that the defendant said to multiple people on scene, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
Doesn't matter.
I'm not aware of that.
Doesn't matter. Not what he's there for.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And did multiple witnesses say, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, or did one witness say it to multiple people and multiple people said that one witness said it?
Now, within the reports that you and the other doctors submitted, there's an indication that if either Mr. O'Keefe's arm or head had interacted with the taillight, there'd be some expectation that either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Are you also aware that there was two unknown people's DNA on the taillight?
What, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
Now, you indicated one of the materials that you were provided and you reviewed was the EDR, event data recorded data?
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Okay. Now, were you shown anything as far as a crash reconstruction report from a trooper from the state police?
No.
And the EDR data that you observed, did that contain any sort of usable data?
There was no events recovered on the black box.
And with respect to there being no events recovered on the EDR or the black box, in a pedestrian collision, is that unusual?
It is not.
And why not?
Well, because you're talking about, excuse me, a very large weight difference between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So ultimately, what the vehicle is constantly monitoring is acceleration, which gets back to a term called delta V. So when the vehicle doesn't experience a big delta V, typically the threshold for a non-deployment event where you're not firing airbags or any safety mechanisms, but the vehicle wakes up and says, hey, there was something that I potentially hit. It's usually at a threshold of about 5 miles per hour. So again, given the weight difference, we usually don't see delta Vs that high with pedestrians.
And is that in some respects because what the EDR and what the safety restraint systems are designed to protect is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
That's fair, yes.
I mean, there are more innovations as far as vehicles that are more modern or released earlier that have certain pedestrian or protections for other vehicles, but primarily what they're focused on is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, were you shown any text stream data, Toyota text stream data from the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So you weren't shown any data indicating that the defendant's vehicle was being operated in reverse.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So with regard to the defendant's statements, were you also not told that the defendant told several people that she had just gotten into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe right before she dropped him off at 34 Fairview Road?
So that's sustained.
Wally, stop it.
Now, with regard to pedestrian collisions, you're familiar with sort of the physics term, I'm presuming, doctor, as far as like center of mass?
Yes.
And what kind of role does a center of mass for a pedestrian play in relation to center of mass for a vehicle as far as how the two interact?
Well, it depends again on the vehicle structure. And again, when you're talking about where's the hood height, the bumper height, and the CG or the center of gravity of the pedestrian, that again will kind of dictate how they interact with the between the vehicle and the pedestrian.
Now, typically, a typical pedestrian collision, again, that we were speaking about before, is in relation to a pedestrian struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle than you would see occur in sort of a side swipe. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In a typical pedestrian collision, that would involve more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle by the pedestrian than you would see in a typical side swipe collision. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, yes. If the vehicle is striking the center of gravity of a pedestrian as opposed to just, for instance, the limb, yes, the center of gravity or the body will be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, with respect to the defendant's vehicle, again, you never actually looked at the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
It wasn't necessary.
And did you look at the actual taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I had sufficient photographs of the taillight.
Did you ever look at the actual physical broken pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle?
Again, I had sufficient photographs that documented the fragments and pieced them together.
And you're aware, at least, that the fragments that were recovered on scene were then sort of put back together and put overlaid over the taillight housing that was taken from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Markov, sort
and
of.
Through any of the pictures of the photos that you observed, did you ever see a piece of metal protruding underneath the broken and shattered plastic pieces from the taillight?
I believe it was a plastic chrome piece.
And when you were doing the testing as far as shooting the drinking glass at the taillight assembly, that taillight assembly was sort of held there by vice grips or something like that. Is that correct? It wasn't actually physically attached to a vehicle that you were shooting at?
That's correct.
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass that was recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his fingernails, are you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's got nothing to do with the test parameters you've.
Now, from the crime scene reports,
he's just trying to get this
reviewed,
shit.
He aware that there was human hair that was located on the right rear quarter panel near the dent that you were talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you familiar or are you aware that subsequent mitochondrial DNA testing found that the mitochondrial DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, were you also aware that the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent with the broken drinking glass pieces that were found in the street?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent with pieces of broken drinking glass that were located in the street of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were talking about from the defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, about a 16th of an inch by a 16th of an inch, that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that were then found to be consistent with the tail?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, as far as, again, you weren't provided with any sort of reconstruction report from a Trooper Paul from the state police?
Oh my
No, I
God,
was
what
not.
is Trooper
Not
Paul
aware
going to
that he took
provide
measurements
this
from the
guy?
ground to where certain items were on the vehicle?
Objection.
The objection sustained. He didn't see the report. Sure.
Yeah. Yep, Jackson's going to get after him because he's just trying to put all this bullshit in there so the jury can hear about the plastic, so the jury can hear about the shoe, so the jury can hear about the broken glass. He's just throwing these questions in, knowing that the vast majority of them are going to be objected to and sustained. He's just trying to get this in. Now I think Jackson's about had enough. I don't know what handbook you're talking about. But no, whatever the handbook is, I don't get it. Island might have to put on pants and stay awake. It's upsetting. Don't worry about that. And
You are
Swissgar
unmuted.
2322 of the $5. I think we know the answer, but why is Lally being allowed to continue to finish questions when there's an objection? Sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. When he is, it's usually the judge wants to hear the end of the question to see if there's anything that makes it not objectionable or makes it objectionable. So occasionally she'll let them finish. But she kind of does seem to let the prosecution finish a little more.
My apologies. All right, just a moment.
Yes.
This guy. The handbook for the recently deceased.
Now, doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out of a garage and making contacts with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
Now, as far as from your review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a
I can't wait
lower
for the new
speed,
Beetlejuice
say
movie to
1,
come out.
2,
I'm excited.
anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case?
At that speed, no.
What was that whisper from the judge?
Then we can do our 2 o'clock.
We can hear you, Judge.
So there were about 10 items that you were provided that you reviewed, is that correct?
Correct.
And a number of different items that I just asked you about that you weren't provided with or you weren't aware of, correct?
Correct.
And again, in your report, in the very first paragraph, you indicate, however, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Your
Weak
Honor.
sauce. Now Jackson's going to handle the
You were asked
redirect
on
very well.
cross-examination, a couple of questions about a hair, DNA on the outside of the taillight lens. I'm sorry, the taillight housing, and glass material. You recall that?
Yes.
Does any of that change your opinion about your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What is your conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the human being are consistent or inconsistent with vehicle interaction?
Objection.
Sustained. All right, Dr. Wolf, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'll do it back there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would ask Dr. Andrew Renshaw to join us, please.
Okay.
All right, she's going to let him testify. I knew it. I knowed it.
While he's coming in, just very quickly about scheduling.
You are muted.
You are muted. You are a mutant. All right, what are we talking about scheduling? No, she when she made her ruling last week, she said she would consider it and make a decision this week. And I guess this is her decision. Let him testify. Let him speak. Let him speak. And by the way, folks, if you haven't already done so, I'd be super, super happy if you'd reach down there and smash that like button. All 572 of you, make sure you've hit the like button and take a chance on me. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. I think we're pretty darn entertaining here, and we have a great chat. So take a chance on me there and smash that subscribe button while you're at it. If you are subscribed, as always, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed today. Thank you very, very much. We're working our way towards 78,000. We're 840 something away, 830 something away. But we're getting there.
You are unmuted.
Didn't we go a little past one to keep going with this?
No,
That's it. Everybody's
I'm tired,
nodding?
Judge.
All right, thank you.
I'm tired, Judge. Don't go past one. Oh, God.
And stand and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Doctor, could you please state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record?
Certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Renschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
And who do you work for?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as working for ARCA, first of all?
I've been with ARCA for about 16 and a half years now.
And you indicated that you're the director of biomechanics and human factors, is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995.
Degrees.
I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right. Injuries to human beings, whether it be in a
he's
crash,
giving his
motor vehicle
background.
accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body. I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms responsible for producing those types of injuries.
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics?
It does, yes.
As well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body, and it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have again, a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest, basically, certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in?
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So your specialty, your subfield, if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
It is, yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break. We look at the human body. How much force does it take and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries. And that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it, and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are. And then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how is it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, anywhere there's an interaction with the body and the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. And it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh. And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events. How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that? So it's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience doing that type of an activity.
Have you qualified as an expert in the past in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors?
I have, yes.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way, were you asked to engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident that is currently before the court?
I was, yes, sir.
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct. We were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
You'd never heard of the Karen Reed case.
I had not. No, sir.
You were contacted by my office after you provided your report, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of. No, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. We have not.
Would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not. No, sir.
And you do not answer to us in any way?
I do not. That's correct.
You indicated that you and your team were asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed?
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records for Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolf, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in, although working as a team, a distinct role in making determinations and conclusions about the incident?
That we did. There was a distinction. Certainly some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
Following your review and your investigation and analysis, did you make any determination as to whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that tail light cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found, what the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight and interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian interaction at, say, 24 miles per hour?
Objection.
I'll allow that, just generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, yes. So force is equal, Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form, which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, the right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the tail light, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit, because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impacted, the back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries. So the fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing at 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form. So that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light. And we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, the person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Sure. Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does, actually, almost identical, because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm, is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then if the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
Allow it. Watch the leading room.
Sure.
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that taillight, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight
An arm
consistent or
in a
inconsistent
delivery
with
van.
striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to shift
All right,
back to
by popular
the
demand.
head injury that you saw.
That's
Was the head injury that you saw
what
consistent
happened.
with falling
And
backward
that's what happened.
from a standing position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios that would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage if someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head on the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. Those kinds of force multipliers require a hard or rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force?
Grass and dirt, no, that would not, certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
What injuries, I want to shift back to the arm. I know I'm going back and forth, but bear with me. Talking about the arm, if presuming a strike at, say, 24 miles an hour on just the arm, what kind of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that taillight. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that taillight, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater. So that amount of force on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to see most likely fracture of the arm as well. You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of the John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm consistent with having been struck by a vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jones.
You reviewed injuries specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Is honest question for you folks here. Is this witness telling us anything that we don't already know from common sense? Like, JKD Buck, this is not your first trial. You know all the answers are scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Is he telling us anything we don't already know from common sense? Don't we all know that if you're hit in the face, or if you're hit in the arm, or if you're hit in the back of the head somehow by a car, it's going to fuck you up a little bit more than happened here? I mean, the fact they have to put this guy on to just speak common sense should tell you just how absurd Lally's case is. And the fact that Lally is going to be arguing that somehow this common sense he is speaking is wrong or faulty or flawed in some way is borderline ludicrous. And like I said at the beginning of Dr. Wolf's testimony, he has zero
Yes.
monkeys in the circus. Zero bias.
If you were to presume,
Absolutely neutral.
My question, that an arm was struck by a vehicle, taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour or thereabouts, would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just, what would you expect to see?
What would you expect to see?
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that, basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be the same force, generally the same direction and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency in size of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
So
Size matters.
Measurements of the size of the taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered.
Yes.
And what was that width, as you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your, in coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes, I mean it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, would you expect if there was an injuring event that the size of the injury would be consistent with the thing that produced the injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, or an engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle, let's say 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent in your view with engineering principles and physics principles that you know, if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's down, we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint. So the arm can move independently of the rest of the body. So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body, of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him,
watch the belly button.
Tell them, or they teach them, to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body? it's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way. And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm. It's not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
Assuming that a body was struck with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar the last time on this.
Uh-oh. Judge Bev is getting grumpy. She's going to lay down the law exactly what he can test. So it seems his testimony's been limited some way. As part of allowing him to testify, the only thing I can think of is she's somehow limited his testimony, and she's laying down the law, what her ruling was, and dag nabbit, Jackson, you better follow it. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's all I can think of. That's what she's telling him. Like, here's what we agreed could be testified to. Here's what can't be testified to. So let's stick within the parameters. Whatever those are, I don't know.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, do you have my question in mind? You need me to repeat it?
Maybe repeat it, yeah.
Easy for you to say. Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries, because let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne, and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body. So then we're going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well. And at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body, as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
And you did not see that in this case?
Objection.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Quick Buy says, so how the hell is Lord Voldemort, with his associate degree, get to talk about any damn thing you want?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further to say.
An actual multi-degree professional cannot. Well, the idea was they brought him in as a witness too late and violated the rules of disclosure. So she was limiting them as a punishment for being late.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, Lally.
Now,
Don't do it, Lally. It ain't going to be
you,
worth
in
it.
conjunction with the other doctors on your team that conducted the analysis and testing in this case, you wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report, excuse me, was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And within the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes.
Some scene photos, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Medical examiner dispatch removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to evidentiary materials that indicates within the report that were reviewed, you talk about the lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Yes.
Here he's
You are muted.
see, he's trying to do that shit in again. He's trying to get in all the stuff that's completely irrelevant to what they were asked to do, just so he can say, there was a shoe found there. There was a hat found there. You know, there was glass on the bumper. He's going to try to get in all this irrelevant stuff again. Hopefully the judge will shut it down. Hopefully. What are the odds of that happening? Probably not good, but. Lally engaged in theater. Did you catch it? He pawed through dozens of pages from his legal pad, but now he's reading from printouts. And a long time ago, 118, Jonathan Irwin with the $2. Sorry, I forgot to read this. To keep Jeff awake. Yay. Thank you so much. We'll get there. And talking about my accident, but did you lose a shoe? I lost a shoe on my first motorcycle accident I had when I was 15. I actually did lose a shoe. Motorcycle, yep, it was from a motorcycle accident. Broke both of my arms in the same day. That was fun. All right, there's all of our chats to comment on. Yeah, showing the jury he's got pages and pages and pages of notes. But yeah, he's just being slimy and sneaky, but only for a few more minutes. And as far as I understand, this is the defense's last witness. So unless they have somebody else I'm not aware of, they will rest after this. Speaking of rest, it's 10 minutes to 2 a.m. here. Let's wrap it up, Lally. I know Lally's got to do his job, but do it faster and stop asking stupid questions and wasting time. Mustang McCracken says, "Isn't that the same when you broke your thigh during, Jeff?" No, I don't know. You probably can't see it here, but right. Yeah, you can't see it here very much because this was when I was 15. I dug a big section of my arm out there. I broke my thigh and shattered my femur in the second motorcycle accident I had. Broke both of my arms in the third accident. The first two were my fault. The very first motorcycle accident I had when I was 15, that was the day I learned that dirt bikes are for gravel roads. Street bikes are not for gravel roads. That was the day I gained wisdom and knowledge. Me shattering my femur was 100% my fault, and me breaking both of my arms was 100% the driver of the other vehicle's fault. Literally just blocked my entire lane of traffic and stopped. I T-boned him. Ow. That hurt. Is Karen not testifying? There's no way she's testifying. There's no way she's testifying. Jeff, if Lally stopped asking stupid questions, he wouldn't be doing his job, apparently, sort of. No, you're kind of right. Yeah, that's why I stopped writing.
You are unmuted.
Because I shattered my femur. I was in the hospital for 13 weeks. 2 years later, I was in the hospital for a couple more weeks getting the plates taken out.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Lally, or do you need a minute?
No, it's fine now.
Then 2 years later, I broke both of my arms. And then a year after that, I had the plates taken out of my right arm. And then my boss said, if you get on a motorcycle again, I'm going to fire your ass because I'm paying you to work as a lawyer and not sit in the hospital. So that's why. But he seems to have forgotten. I've been looking at motorcycles again. I must confess. So send more super chats so I can buy a BMW motorcycle. Just kidding.
Doctor, are you familiar with a term called compression abrasions?
Compression abrasions?
Yes.
Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Slight
yes, sir.
Rubbing motions.
And you're familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time, did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
You weren't provided with that, is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
And you never actually looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not. That's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to? Are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
But you never made that request, is that correct?
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember if we made that request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing? Is that correct?
We already worked on that.
Not the actual. We looked at photographs of the evidence. Yes.
Now, the injuries that you observed or reviewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body. Is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture.
Also bruising on his right hand, is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand, yes.
On the dorsal aspect?
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee, is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
Jackass Lolly asked a biomechanics expert about DNA.
With respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there is a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there, yes, sir.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces.
Yeah,
but there was indication
three
of
people's
DNA on the taillight housing.
3 people's
There was
DNA.
also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
Along with 2 others.
I believe so, yes.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
What do you want, Straw?
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the back of the head of Mr. O'Keefe, consistent with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Ground.
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
So it is something that's capable of being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis? You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
And you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there. And then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a back could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
You didn't have enough evidence based on what you were provided, isn't that fair to say?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny
Judge, can you stop twirling your goddamn glasses?
What would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle? So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
Thank you.
When was it that you looked at this additional material and who provided it to you?
We were informed after a report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with, was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the taillight?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that stated
Is there anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical pedestrian collision that you see through the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision.
It would be funny to watch Ben flip over backwards.
Would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now, as far as maybe described a little bit on your direct testimony, as far as there be There's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you're familiar with what's called a sideswipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a number of different types of interactions as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a sideswipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. Sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
And also contained with in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
Come on, Lally.
So
Now
you're
you're getting
saying
yes
that there's
or no.
enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture. Well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson? Okay.
Wow.
Dr. Rentschler, you are all set, sir.
Now we'll have to do this. Is your witness?
First, I want to see counsel for the last time at sidebar right now.
All right. Presumably, she's going to be asking, is Karen Reed going to be testifying? And he's going to say no. And then well, first of all, they'll say whatever they say. And then usually they'll read the judge will read the defendant something and say, you know, these are your rights. You have the right to do this. You also have the right to not testify and nothing can be held against you. Do you want to testify? And they say no, and then they rest. But what we just witnessed was a second murder. Lally got crushed by Dr. Wolf, and he just got massacred by Dr. Ratchet or whatever the hell his name is. What is his name? I can never remember his name. We got to wait for it to scroll through here again. Dr. Rosenkrantz. Dr. Rentschler, that's his name. Dr. Rentschler. Yeah, Dr. Rentschler he just smeared him he smeared him like someone that got hit by an SUV is what he did. Recap the bingo card. We got a lot of bingo on the bingo card. I didn't get bingo. Oops. All right, here we go. This is going to be the explanation and the defense resting, I imagine.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, defense rests.
Okay.
Okay, they didn't
Jurors,
do that.
that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments. of counsel. They'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this case to you. I'll instruct you on the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations.
No rebuttal.
Okay, so with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
That's it.
Sir, follow me, please.
Huh. Yeah, I guess Lally didn't get that expert he was looking for, huh? Dude, we could have a verdict by tomorrow.
Jimmy, I left your note on that one.
Mute it, court guy. There you go. Huh. Well, shit. Why don't they just do closing today? They'll need some time to prepare their closing arguments. That's what they're going to be doing all afternoon and all night long. Going back through the high points of the evidence from their side, the stuff that the opponent side did or didn't do, and they'll craft their arguments accordingly. I'm sure they already have them mostly done. They're just need to go fill in some blanks, but I'm surprised. That was the whole big deal. Oh, we need another witness. They said they would have more time to get another expert if they wanted to rebut these two. But clearly, I guess they couldn't find.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover.
Go away. So I guess he couldn't find or didn't want to find an expert to rebut Wolf and Rentschler or Dr. Meemaw. So there you go. That is the end, as she said, of testimony. Anybody think she's guilty? Put a 1 in. Well, this is our fire poll here. 1 for not guilty, 2 for guilty. Just put a 1 in chat for not guilty and a 2 if you honestly believe in your heart of hearts you think she's guilty, and the state proved it. I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just looking for a 2, like a legitimate, honest. A -2 is not an answer, Lizbots. Yeah, see, I'm not even seeing a single 2. 420 is not an answer either. 2, but it wasn't proven by the Commonwealth. Really, Jules? You think she did it? You think she murdered him? She intended to murder him. 2nd-degree murder. Huh. But it wasn't proven by the Commonwealth. I think it was okay, so you think it was a terrible accident. Well, that's she's being charged with 2nd-degree murder, which is the intent to kill. So interesting. All right. Sonny or Chris with the $5. This just sunk the state's case, and it's their fault. Shake my head. Yeah, this was not a strong point for Lally to finish on. He scored less than 0 points. He had to give points back, a lot of points back from that last witness. Rentschler just wiped the floor with him. That's as brutal as it was. We all saw it coming. Like I said, he didn't say anything really that we don't already know. You get hit by a car, you're going to get fucked up. There was a distinct lack of upfuckedness in this thing. There you go. So what we'll do tomorrow is this is what we normally do when it comes down to the end. We'll do the closing arguments and the jury instructions, and then we'll enter trial mode. And what that means, the jury verdict watch mode. Boy, it's been a while. We'll enter the verdict watch mode, which means I'm going to go to sleep, and I'll task someone. It's usually Flux with calling me to wake me up if a verdict is coming down while I'm asleep, and then we'll fire up the grill and handle the verdict live. Part of me says if they can get through their closing arguments and the jury instructions in the morning, I don't know. I just feel like it's not going to take them that long to come back with a not guilty verdict. Oh yes, there is a DUI charge included. I don't think they give a shit whether they get the DUI conviction or not, because they didn't really prove anything. The only thing they proved was she had a high blood alcohol content when she was tested at 9 a.m. And she could have guzzled half a bottle of vodka at 8 a.m. There was never any testimony about that, really. Jonathan Irwin, hey Jeff, did you see my super chat about a plea offer? Yeah, we've got that right over here. You're next on the super chat offers. What will the plea offer be during deliberations? None. Now the state wants her convicted. The state has to get her convicted. And even if it is an offer, I don't think she'd take it. So yeah, I doubt there's going to be any plea offer made by the state. But that's the weird. I mean, we'll never really know. I just don't think there would be one. Not at this late in the game. Sonia Chris with the final super chat of the day. That we already read this, didn't we? This just sunk the state's case and it's their fault. Their case has been being sunk by themselves through the entire last 30 days of this trial. All right. Well, there we have it. It's time for me to go to sleep, and it's time for you all to go about your day. Or if you happen to be in Aussie land, you're either up way, way late, or it's time for you to go to bed too. So, all right, people, strap yourselves in for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. We got the closing arguments, and what I like to do, but I don't know if we'll be able to do it, is at some point, and if they come back with a verdict tomorrow afternoon sometime, we won't be able to do it. But if it goes into the next day, what I like to do is, while we're waiting for the jury to come back, is to play the opening arguments again, and the opening statements again, and sort of do a compare and contrast. Here's what they said. Did they prove this point? But of more concern is, I thought this would go a few more days. So of more concern, tomorrow being Tuesday, what the hell am I going to do for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday? Yeah, so there you go. Got to do some show prep for this week. Haven't had to show prep for a long ass time. Saddle up, Vicky Sue, with the final super chat of the evening. Says, can the Alberts retaliate any of the jury? Can they retaliate against any of the jury? Well, that would be a dumb thing to do. That would, yeah, that'd be a quick way to go to jail if you start doing things to jurors. Jewel says you should play the video of the McAlberts going after that turtle guy yesterday. Yeah, it's available if people want to watch it. Like I said, I don't get involved in the extracurricular stuff. Like I said, I had to watch it 3 times before I realized, oh, this has to do with the Karen Reed trial. Oh, that's McCabe's sister. So yeah, well, I'll have to take a pass on that. But all right, and mainly, just aside from the extracurricular stuff that I don't normally do, it's 2:15 a.m. No, the Daily Quick Bites, I think we did. I don't know, but anywho, I'm past the point of thinking right now, so I'm gonna F off to bed here. Everybody, will see you here at the normal time tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, to get through the closing arguments, and the jury instructions. And by the way, it finally happened. Hang on. I owe you guys something here real quick because Saddle Up Vicky Sue got us to this point today. She got us to
Release the hounds.
Right at the last minute. We got she triggered the release the hounds in the last 15 seconds where we get to watch Strawberry and Yoda show each other a little bit of affection. Say goodnight, doggers. Say goodnight, everybody. What you got there, Yoda? What you got there, Yoda? Say goodbye. Say goodbye, Yoda. So yeah, they weren't ear licking, they were face licking. They were licking each other's faces. All right, peeps, there we go. There's the doggo cam that got unleashed right there at the very end of the day. You got 3 bingos. I got 0 bingos, so screw that. All right. The browser has blocked my screen. No, it hasn't. Shut up and go away. Ladies and gentlemen, mods, thank you so much for being here and doing your moddy best as always. It is great to see you here. And chat, thank you so much for the support, the super chats, the gifted memberships, all those other fun stuff that came in. And thank you just for being here, keeping me company, keeping each other company, being a super awesome chat, because as always, the Vice Squad is the best chat on the entire internet. You guys are fantastic. Love each and every one of you and appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. But first, I forgot to send us somewhere. There's nowhere to send. Go. I don't know. I'm just go. Just go off wherever you want. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn, you whippersnappers. Bye.